What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Good evening, everyone. Plenty of reasons to expect a compelling contest tonight here in the French capital, Paris. We're at the Parc des Princes. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player, Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Paris Saint-Germain facing Manchester City.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. Introducing the Paris Saint-Germain starters. Gianluigi Donnarumma begins in goal. Nuno Mendes plays with Achraf Hakimi in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson begins in goal. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside İlkay Gündoğan in central midfield. And lining up through the middle in attack today, Erling Haaland.
Oh, he's through and goal here, Derek.
And a goal! Not wasting much time today. They strike first. Gündoğan. De Bruyne. Mateo Kovacic. Gündoğan. Here's Kovacic. It's with Gündoğan. Doku. De Bruyne now. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. And a disappointing throw. Gündoğan. Spot on with that tackle. Haaland. And it's a quality pass. A really top-notch piece of defending. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. He could pick out a teammate. Interception to snuff out the danger. Dembélé. Oh, what an opportunity. And a really good stop.
Well, that's a save of the highest quality. Great goalkeeping there.
Haaland. Taken away, he won the ball. And passing it through. Dembélé. And it's still on for him. Huge block. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Mateo Kovacic. Now PSG moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Well, they've won themselves a corner and a chance perhaps to add an additional goal for security. And quick thinking defensively. An interceptor there. And did just enough defensively. Fabian. Real chance. Oh, a challenge of the highest order. Haaland. quick thinking there. Attacking possibilities for PSG. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Absolutely spot on with that challenge. Oh, did well to skip through. Well, showing excellent judgment to intercept. Nunes. Haaland. Erling Haaland. Still a chance. And the attack fizzling out. And they need to get tighter. Who can he pick out? And he's breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one.
Well, you can tell what the fans think of that decision. They're certain it should have been a penalty.
City have the ball again. It is to be a throw-in. City know that wide area is really opening up. Really good build-up, but no end product. And that is that. So the second half underway, and no doubt about it, City with work ahead of them. O'Reilly. Here's Kovacic. And the ball back with City now. Gundogan. Gvardiol. It's with Gundogan. It's looking promising. Dembele. Really important tackle. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. And the referee satisfied it was a clean challenge. Oh, danger here. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. Haaland, real chance. And that's what they needed, Manchester City. A goal to level matters here. Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. Vitor Pereira. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Fabian. Not a particularly strong challenge. Fabian. Not forcing the issue. Great composure. But then the commentator's curse comes into play. And the advantage is with City. And room now out on the wing. Hold on! Oh, it's a superb challenge. Very timely. Could be troublesome. Now what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? Oh, great block. Holland. Promising position, this. And with that, the attack fizzles out. A City free kick forthcoming. And a long way out. Not an accurate free kick, but a fine save. De Bruyne. On to Holland. The referee has decided to give the free kick decision the way of City. From a long way out, and how close it was.
Well, when you can strike a ball like that, it's always worth a try.
Through ball from De Bruyne. The verdict is offside here. So a throw in for PSG. Ferreira. Well, it was a menacing attack, but tidied up. PSG looking dangerous. Kevin De Bruyne couldn't keep the ball. It is advantage Manchester City here. But he's retrospectively awarded the free kick, having let it flow initially. And it's positive from Manchester City. Is it in the cards for them to score a late winner? Can he put them in front? Denied by the bar. Back in play here. And the attack fizzling out.
Well, City can't believe they're not leading now. They were so close to snatching a goal there. This will be a good finish.
Well, a game of such fine margins, but let's see if they can create another opportunity. And they stopped them in their tracks.
Well, time is running out to get this winner. But these PSG fans certainly believe it's coming. Just listen to that noise.
And with that, the attack fizzles out. And the counter-attack is on. Options available. He's in here. Well, the referee might have to send him off. And I think that's one we could have called from 5 miles away, Stuart. Clear red card offence.
Well, you've obviously got very good eyesight, but no doubt about that. He stopped the goal-scoring opportunity there. He had to go.
I had my eyes tested last week, I'll have you know. And a goal! At this stage of the game, it might be decisive. And just look at their supporters. Fabian. Well, totalling up all the stoppages, we'll have 2 additional minutes. Dembele. PSG simply must be opportunistic with time not on their side. And full time it is. Two inspirational teams, well capable of dazzling their fans, ready for a showdown that could take on highly dramatic proportions. Excitement in the Parisian air. We're at the Parc des Princes here in the French capital. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting next to me with his tactics charts at the ready is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. How do you see the match going, Stuart?
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And the PSG team looks like this. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Nuno Mendes plays with Achraf Hakimi in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. Can he find the right pass? Could be threatening. A cheeky chip. Slipped off the line. Intercepting it intelligently. And this is the initial 11 for the visitors today. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Denzel Dumfries starts with Federico Di Marco in the fullback positions. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays alongside Lautaro Martinez. And having a goal! Well, the keeper kept it out with a minimum of fuss, but it wasn't a great effort. Dembele. Well, great read there to intercept. Well, sometimes a player is simply a natural talent. Ousmane Dembele falls in that category. Stuart, what do you expect to see from him today?
Well, he's a good technical player. He can see a pass, he can beat a defender, and he's good in tight areas. He'll certainly be a joy to watch today.
And still danger here. And the keeper has it after that tension-laden sequence.
Well, what a great first save that was. How did he stop that?
Real determination in the challenge. The throw in here. Ferreira. Well, they couldn't quite muster a real threat. Dumfries. On to Mkhitaryan. Back to Mkhitaryan. A goal! 1-0! A fully deserved advantage based on what we've seen. Fabian. Ferreira. Hakimi. Here's Marquinhos. Realising that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. Room to roam for PSG on the wing. Fabian, they could level it. Really sound defending. Oh, he's missed it.
Well, he'll be very disappointed with that. He should be scoring from there.
Francesco Acerbi. And he takes it away. Dembele. Oh, that's a really good run. It's gone in. A goal for PSG beyond the goalkeeper to square things up. Çalhanoğlu. Dumfries. Really showing off his wide range of passing skills. Alessandro Bastoni. Di Marco. Çalhanoğlu. Martinez. Robbed of possession. Mkhitaryan. And he's hit it with authority! And fired against the crossbar! But it just petered out.
Well, I have to say, PSG are so unlucky not to be leading now. They look a real threat at the moment.
Well, having been denied by the woodwork, well, the focus is on keeping the opposition at bay. Well, going for power and so close to finding the net. Fabian. Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Francesco Acerbi. Alessandro Bastoni. Tavar. Now with Mkhitaryan. On the ball, Bastoni. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Barella has it. Thuram. He's just got to continue his run. Well, plenty of zip on the shot, but he couldn't put it away.
Well, you're right. He certainly strikes it well, but he's got his angles all wrong there.
And with that, the attack fizzles out. Dembele, chance for Dembele, and in the back of the net for PSG, that lead extended to 2 now. So back in business here, and PSG dominating the proceedings in the first half. Will we see a similar pattern in the second 45? Hakimi. Vitor Pereira. Here's Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. Pereira. Marquinhos. Here's Fabian. Hakimi. Vitor Pereira. Just the challenge that was required. Clear foul play, and as a result, a free kick forthcoming. Di Marco. The verdict is offside here. Intercepted effortlessly. And Paris Saint-Germain with the ball again. Genuine chance. Oh, not to be. Stopping a certain goal.
Well, the fans are going mad here. They think that was a penalty.
And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. And the keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him. Dembele. Trying to open up the defence. And he stopped them in their tracks. Free kick awarded then by the referee. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Dembele. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And good use of advantage, the referee allowing play to continue. Now he must favour the cross. Well, it was a risky... He must finish! A goal! And it's very much game on here. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Min. Pereira. Dembele. And Fabian. Well, it's pass after pass, keeping their opponents thinking. And PSG pushing forward with options available. Dembele being egged on by the crowd. And that's a very good pass.
Well, Sommer's save might just be the turning point here. It certainly gives them that bit of hope.
Well, maybe a chance for them now to relieve the pressure by stringing a few passes together. Very effective pass. That's a foul, and it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. Quality all around. How about that free kick? And how about the save? Effective challenge. Well, space for PSG in the wide position. Well, we're inside the final quarter of an hour now. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Dembele. A promising looking attack, but comes to nothing in the end. Well, late in the game here, they know what they need, and that's an equaliser. And he's broken free. Oh, late drama here. All level again. Incredible scenes. Fabian. Menge. Dembele on the ball. Nuno Menge. Fabian. Good use of advantage in favour of PSG. Dembele. Nuno Menge. And playing it through. And they could do damage. Oh, they've done it! They've forged ahead. And it might be the goal that gives them victory. Francesco Acerbi. Alessandro Bastoni. It's with Acerbi. Çalhanoğlu. And Pavard on the ball. Francesco Acerbi. Barella. And it's with Dumfries. Barella has it. Well, they're attacking, but time is the great enemy. Well, the keeper had a lot of ground to cover. Splendid save. Well, this might be their final opportunity to draw level. Really clever pressing. Çalhanoğlu. Martinez! Oh, he couldn't outwit the keeper. Trying to deliver it accurately. Well, nothing comes of it. And that is all for this game. It's an ideal... Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. And good evening to you from the Parc des Princes here in the French capital, Paris, the venue for tonight's action. I'm Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and alongside me at the microphone is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Paris Saint-Germain and they take on Real Madrid.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And here is the initial 11 for Paris Saint-Germain. Gianluigi Donnarumma begins in goal. Nuno Mendes plays with Achraf Hakimi in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira.
Can he finish it here, Derek?
Oh, my word. There's excellent timing for you. What a challenge. Really closing him down here. And support available. Dembele. Real did well to regain control of the ball. Hakimi. Dembele on the ball. Well, they kept their shape defensively. Job done for now. And he read it well. Afforded PSG. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Good distribution. Makes the move to the inside. And quick thinking defensively. Plenty of support here. Pereira. And that brings the attack to an end. Dembele. He's broken free. And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Now the action underway. Can Real find a response now? Valverde. Mendy. Aurelien Tchouameni. Mendy has it. Lucas Vazquez. Nice switch of play. Aurelien Tchouameni. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Bellingham. Mendy. Given away by Real Madrid. Aurelien Tchouameni. What can Real do from this position? Federico Valverde. Well, that's good defending. Well organised at the back. Vitor Ferreira. Here's Fabian. Surely! Well, not far away from a very difficult angle.
Well, from that position, it was a really good effort.
This could be troublesome. He got a good palm on it. So PSG hold the lead, and they have the corner now. And making sure it wasn't problematic. Real using width to good effect. Mendy. Now with Mbappe. And a chance to level it. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Can someone get on the end of this? Well, not away properly. Danger still. Well, they survived the attack.
Well, Real are still behind here, but only due to some great goalkeeping. Surely it's only a matter of time before they get themselves back into the game.
Mbappe. And PSG showing good width here. Corner kick forthcoming. No trouble at all as far as the keeper was concerned. Resting like that will help the cause. So getting close to the half-time interval and PSG with the lead. Stuart, what strikes you about what you've seen from them in this half?
Yes, they've defended really well all over the pitch. Their work rate and discipline has been excellent. But any drop in tempo and this lead could easily slip away.
Real Madrid have been awarded the free kick. Free kick hits with genuine authority.
Well, you have to say that's a really good strike. Had that been on target, the keeper might have had a problem.
Real Madrid have given us away. It's looking promising. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. And so... So back in business, the ball moving again, and Real with a bit of work ahead of them. Bellingham. Aurelien Tchouameni. Lucas Vazquez. Now with Bellingham. Tchouameni. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Aurelien Tchouameni. Here's Valverde. Tchouameni. And Bellingham. Rodrigo. Real might threaten on the flank. Aimed towards Mbappe. But he took care of it defensively. Outrageously skillful. Rodrigo. A very effective challenge put in. And passing it through. Just needs to stay calm. Lucas Vazquez. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, Derek, he's been a constant threat. He's shown lots of energy, great skill at times, a good understanding of how to find space, and he's scored a well-taken goal. He just needs to be more clinical in the second half.
Promising attack, this. But the danger averted for now. Fabian. Pereira. A very timely interception. Trying to open them up. And the keeper's hand does the trick. And a goal! Well, it looks easy when you can put them away like that. Aurelien Tchouameni. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Tchouameni. Lucas Vazquez. Here's Valverde. Jude Bellingham. And Valverde. Bellingham. Valverde. Federico Valverde. And Bellingham. Mbappe. And threading it through. Mbappe. And it goes to reduce the deficit. Still very much alive and kicking. back in action then, and Real can now entertain thoughts of perhaps pulling level. Fabian. Now with Hakimi. 20 minutes to go in this one. Minge. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Really showing off his wide range of passing skills. Well, PSG unable to retain possession. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Really poor timing, and some will argue that he was asking for a yellow card. He'll try his luck here. Didn't have the trajectory necessary to get it beyond the wall. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Rodrigo. Here's Vinicius Junior. They could level it. And a goal! My goodness, they've changed the course of this game. Level now. Marquinhos. And Fabian. Dembele. Here's Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. Pereira. Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. Vitor Pereira. Here's Marquinhos. Pereira. Marquinhos. Hakimi. 5 minutes remaining and level pegging here. Progressive football from Paris Saint-Germain. They know a goal at this late stage might be decisive. Hakimi. Now with Dembele. Can he put them in front? No is the answer to the question. And that could be so important at this stage.
Well, will they get another chance? That would surely have won the game for them.
Rodrigo. Oh, good vision. Spectacular save. Top class Kylian Mbappe. Surely now. It's in. And this really takes your breath away. A comeback and a half. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. Time was against PSG, but they still have the ability to hit back. Full time then, and building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Good evening and welcome. There's so much to be enthused about going into tonight's contest here at the home of Manchester City. I'm Derek Ray and I'm joined here on the gantry for commentary by Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It is Manchester City against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And now they get the ball rolling. Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson gets the nod in goal. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Ilkay Gundogan plays alongside Mateo Kovacic in central midfield. And the lone striker today is Erling Haaland. And here's how the lineup looks for PSG. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira starts alongside Fabian in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. Oh, nice work to get past his opponents. Haaland! And denied by the keeper. Impressive. And support available. Well, disappointing end to the move. Kevin De Bruyne. It's with Gundogan. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. Well, trying to probe, but not succeeding. And green space galore for PSG. And teammates to play it to. It's a neat move. A good and fair challenge. City finding space on the flank. Poor pass. Haaland. The fans are shouting, shoot. In it goes! The goal for 1-0, and that changes the dynamic. Pereira. Here's Marquinhos. Vitor Pereira. Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. Here's Marquinhos. Ferreira. And Fabian. Fabian. Could be troublesome. Dembélé. And this to level it. Is it going to be? Oh, that is outrageously spectacular. Well, a flair for the dramatic, to say the least. Going to play that one over and over again for a long time to come. Nunes. Here's Kovacic. Mateus Nunes. Gundogan. Jeremy Doku. Here's Kovacic. Kevin De Bruyne couldn't keep the ball. Marquinhos. And nicely struck. Well, catching it sweetly, but not quite the accuracy he was looking for.
Well, it's always a difficult technique on the volley, but I think that's a massive chance he should score from.
Plenty of support here. Determined defending. And did. Out of play, PSG throw-in forthcoming. Exploiting the wide area. And pulled back. And he's made it a brace for himself. The defender's just unable to stay with him. And he's having a field day. So the action continues, and City looking to offer a swift response to that setback. Mateo Kovacic. Gvardiol. Gundogan. Here's Kovacic. Extremely sloppy in possession. Well, it would have taken perfect technique from that sort of range, and that was less than perfect.
Not a good decision from him. That's a waste of possession there.
De Bruyne. Tremendous intuition to win it back. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. And it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. Dembele. Oh, it's a penalty! Just what they wanted to avoid, given the scoreline. Is it going to be 3-1? And the keeper denies them from the spot. Giovanni Doku. City moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Can he get the level? Well, when it's you against the goalkeeper, I'm sorry, you've got to do better. Holland. Oh, he's through here. And that's what they needed, Manchester City. A goal to level matters here. And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Keeper did his job. And very nicely positioned to win it back. And he'll take efforts like that all day long. Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. Good work from City to win back the ball. Gundogan. Attacking possibilities for PSG. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. And it could be an opportunity for PSG. Real chance! Last man back and job done. And they might be through here. A useful cross. And well positioned to clear. Room to roam for PSG on the wing. Read it superbly to take back possession. Could be a chance to break here. Now an example of a counter-attack that went nowhere. Well, no stopping him. Chance to play it in. Hakimi. On to Fabian. Must be! Still possibilities. And the diving header! The fans erupt, as they've every right to. That was astonishing. Not just any old header. A touch of artistry about that. My goodness. Gundogan. Ruben Dias. It's with Gundogan. Dias. Doku. On to Haaland. Super tackle and they've won possession. No foul. PSG advantage. Can he put it away? Oh my word! There's excellent timing for you. What a challenge. Counter-attacking, very much an option. And possibilities inside the box. A glorious chance. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Oh, the threat is there. And PSG using width to good effect. It might be. Marvellous anticipation. Gundogan. On to Haaland.
Well, what a brilliant atmosphere we've got here. These City fans deserve an equaliser, that's for sure.
Well, we're inside the final quarter of an hour now. See the wide route as a fruitful one, PSG. But they dealt with the threat posed. Mateo Kovacic. Attacking possibilities on the flank for City here. Picture still. And a goal at the second time of asking. But the keeper has let his team down. Fabian. Here's Marquinhos. Vitor Pereira. Here's Fabian. Nuno Mendes. PSG on the attack as the minutes tick away. What can they do in the closing phase? It looks promising. And a goal! At this stage of the game, it might be decisive. And just look at their supporters. O'Reilly. Gvardiol. Here's Kovacic. Gundogan. De Bruyne now. And City being afforded too much room. Pulls it back. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Oh, it's a penalty. How about that? And at this late stage too, an opportunity for them to level matters. Chance to even things up here. And in it goes! As coolly as you like. Never in any doubt from the spot. He'll have a go here. Oh, he saved it well. A very significant Paris Saint-Germain corner late in the game. And so the referee... This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for analysis by Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. How do you see it panning out, Stuart?
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And the lineup for the home side. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Alessandro Bastoni plays alongside Benjamin Pavard in central defence. Henrik Mkhitaryan plays alongside Nicolo Barella in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays alongside Lautaro Martinez. The cross is on. Dembele, a glorious chance. In it goes! That will do nicely for starters. First goal of the game. 1-0 then. Alessandro Bastoni. And Pavard on the ball. Henrik Mkhitaryan. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Pavard. Çalhanoğlu. Dumfries. Thuram. Good defending. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Throw in here for PSG. Oh, breezing past him. Makes the move to the inside. But the danger averted for now. And teammates around him. That's a good-looking ball. Can they stop it going in? Cuts it back. And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. That's a super piece of defending. Now PSG moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? It should be! Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. Very effective pass. Absolutely spot on with that challenge. Dembele. Oh, this looks useful. Take it away. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Hakimi. Plays it back. He knew he had to make the tackle, and did. Martinez. Di Marco. Well, he's pleasing his opponent. And it's played into the centre. And well positioned to clear. Dembele. No good vision. And a shot from some way out. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating.
Well, had that gone in, the game was firmly in their hands. Now, though, they've got to make sure they don't let this slip. Thuram.
And options in the centre. Well, they kept their shape defensively. Job done for now. Dembele. Oh, that's splendid play. Chance here. He got a good palm on it. Really clever pressing.
Well, what a save by Sommer. He really has...
Oh, wait a minute, Stuart. Opportunity. And the keeper's in trouble. Well, the sheer audacity to chip it like that. Hakimi. Vitor Pereira. Here's Marquinhos. Dembele. Now with Hakimi. Moving the ball effectively, looking for the right moment. Big chance. Well, PSG have it back now. Fabian. Now the attack fizzled out. Thuram. Well, a good idea, but overcooked. And there it is, the half-time whistle. And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Dumfries. Mkhitaryan. It's with Acerbi. Çalhanoğlu. And it's with Dumfries. On the ball, Bastoni. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Francesco Acerbi. And it's with Dumfries. Di Marco. Çalhanoğlu. Well, nothing to split the two sides, but this move looks promising. Hakimi. PSG recovering possession well. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. Well, it looked so promising, but a goal kicked the outcome. Tremendous intuition to win it back. The defenders know you can't really allow space like that. Can he put them in front? Can they put it away? And there it is, a goal. I must say, much to the annoyance of the keeper. Fabian. Marquinhos. Min. They've lost possession, Paris Saint-Germain. Hakimi. Well, we're into the final half hour. Now with Hakimi. No panic, just passing. They're trying to take their time, but not enough care on the ball. Good use of advantage by the referee. This could be troublesome. Oh, there it is! A back and forth sort of match. Now they're level again. The lead lasted nearly minutes. He has teammates around him. Stuffing out the danger. Alessandro Bastoni. And Pavard on the ball. Sharanoglu. Pavard with it. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Not a very good challenge, and he skips past his man. Well, defending always has to be a team effort. Good piece of covering. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. And into the last 20 minutes. Oh, good vision. Oh, he wasn't necessarily favourite to win that challenge. PSG looking dangerous. Oh, big chance! Well, what a stop that was! Well, he's certainly not alone. Brilliantly blocked! Barella. Might be a chance to break. Can he give them the lead? Oh, he's blocked it! Fabian. Still pushing for a winner, but quick thinking defensively. Dumfries. So little time left. That will surely be decisive. Astonishing drama. Min. Here's Fabian. Nunes. Pereira. And Fabian. Min. Vitor Pereira. Now with Hakimi. Dembele. PSG simply must be opportunistic with time not on their side. Pereira. Very quick thinking there. Oh, danger here. This could level it, but denied by the keeper. And at this late stage of the proceedings, it could be highly significant.
Well, it could be a huge moment, Derek. So little time left now.
Full time then, and this is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello from one of the great venues in world football, the Estadio Santiago Bernabeu in Madrid. I'm Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board alongside me is Stuart Robson, my commentary partner. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Real Madrid against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And so the match is underway. And the starting players for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Federico Valverde plays alongside Aurélien Tchouaméni in the centre of midfield. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappé. Interception to snuff out the danger. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Now in a more than decent position. And here's how the lineup looks for PSG. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Chance to finish! And a goal! They start as they mean to continue. They make the opening statement. Vitor Pereira. Here's Marquinhos. Pereira. Marquinhos. Here's Fabian. Here's Marquinhos. Fabian. Pereira. Vitor Pereira. Now with Hakimi. Pereira. Hakimi. Vitor Pereira. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game. And that's a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Fired over by Ousmane Dembélé. No-nonsense piece of defending. The ball back with PSG now. Moving into the advanced position. Dembélé, can he finish? And danger still. Hakimi. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done.
Well, PSG really should be level now. But that was a fantastic stop by the goalkeeper. He's just kept his team in front here.
Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Hakimi. Dembélé. And quick thinking defensively. Oh, tremendous vision. Mbappé. And a goal it is for Real Madrid. They are on a victory course. Marquinhos. Now with Hakimi. Pereira. Hakimi. Dembélé on the ball. Fruitful looking attack. Vitor Pereira. Well, pass after pass, maybe they can chisel an opportunity. Donnarumma. Here's Marquinhos. Dembélé. Chance to cross. The supporters want to see him have a go. Great defending. Opportunity. Superb stop. Dembele. Fabian. That's a lovely ball. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. So a throw in for PSG. Now, who can he play it to? Could pull one back here. And he does! He's thrown his team a lifeline. The belief is back. Bellingham. Here's Mbappe. Lucas Vazquez. And Bellingham. Mendy. And Valverde. Bellingham. Lucas Vazquez. And that is that, half-time. The ball moving again. Real have the lead, but they won't be taking anything for granted. Rudiger. Here's Valverde. Lucas Vazquez. PSG doing well to win it back. And the shot was always rising. Goal kick. Chouameni is with Vinicius Junior. Valverde. Oh, fancy footwork. Vinicius Junior. Top-class defending. Vinicius. And they have possession again. Well, beaten easily here. Real Madrid have been awarded the free kick. Oh, he's given us away. Well, the verdict on Kylian Mbappe, in a word, positive.
Yes, he played well.
Oh, big chance here. Brilliant save. Now can they counter clinically? Well read to ease the pressure. Well, we can see what they're attempting, but it's just not coming off. Really good build-up, but no end product. And we're into the final half hour. Dembele. Nicely timed tackle. Dembele took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? And it will be a free kick to Real Madrid. Oh, might be. Oh, did so well to deny him. There to win it back. Federico Valverde. Ferreira. And I must say, that was a very promising attack. The alarm bells were sounding. Nice weight on the pass. And he could cash in. And it's in! Real Madrid firmly in charge here. Marquinhos. Vitor Pereira. Here's Marquinhos. Fabian. Nice switch of play. Dembele. And the pass not quite accurate enough. And a throw in then.
Well, PSG have controlled most of the possession, as you can see. But most of their passing has been in deeper areas. Unless they start getting it into their front players with better quality, they'll struggle to turn this one around.
Absolutely. And looking to try to take advantage of the possession here. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Counter-attacking possibilities. Well, it looked highly promising, but it came to nothing in the end. And decent acreage for Real Madrid to run into. And the referee has decided to award the free kick to PSG. Really getting stuck in. Real in a good position out wide. Will he shoot? The fans hope so. And a goal to put the final stamp on it. That will do it. Marquinhos. Pereira. Here's Marquinhos. Vitor Pereira. Nicely cut out. And the cross into the middle. Mopping up defensively. Vinicius Junior. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Over the touchline for what will be a PSG throw. Well, timed his challenge magnificently. And no foul in the referee's opinion. And that is going to be a free kick. Dangerous looking through ball. Well, unable to bend his run. Offside. Real Madrid have been awarded the free kick. No, not the best challenge. Really well hit, but just too much height on it. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And PSG showing good width here. It's there for him. Oh, the referee has given it. Penalty it is. In it goes. Coolly converted. Full time then. And Paris Saint-Germain have... This is the sort of game that makes you want to stop what you're doing and pay full attention. Manchester City against Chelsea here at the Etihad. It should be special. Stay with us here on EA TV for every kick of the ball. Hello and welcome. Absolutely ideal weather for football here in Manchester at the Etihad. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary, and my expert analyst, as always on these occasions, is Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Manchester City taking on Chelsea.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Ilkay Gundogan plays alongside Mateo Kovacic in central midfield. And the main threat in attack today should be Erling Haaland.
Oh, big chance here, Derek.
Oh, we have just witnessed a special moment. Pure quality. Given away by City. And having a go! But the keeper takes charge, and it was pretty straightforward. Mateo Kovacic. Now Haaland. And wasteful from Chelsea. Doku. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. And fine work from Chelsea to win the ball back. Madueke. Cucurella. Teamwork and passing in evidence. The cross is on. And cuts inside. And keeping it out. Gundogan. Now Haaland. This looks promising. Looking for the angle. Gundogan. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. Disadvantage Manchester City here. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Well, there's a textbook example of how to press the ball. Well, plays with a positional sense that is second to none. Gundogan. To roam for City on the wing. Could be threatening. And will it be the leveller? Crucial piece of defending. And Chelsea looking dangerous, but quick thinking defensively. Significant acreage for City to run into. Trailing, but hope in the form of a corner.
Well, these fans have had to be patient. Could this be the equaliser?
And City have possession once more. And threading it through. Now in a dangerous position. Must be. And Chelsea have done it. It's going to be so difficult to stop them now. Ake. Gvardiol. Ake has it. Gundogan. Doku. And that is offside. Read it superbly to take back possession. Has eyes for goal! Well, the keeper kept it out with a minimum of fuss, but it wasn't a great effort. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Just lost his focus. Throw in here.
Well, as the stats confirm, City have controlled the ball, but it means nothing unless they start to be more creative, particularly in the wide areas. Up to this point, they've been too easy to defend against.
Absolutely. And looking to try to take advantage of the possession here. Given away by City. Advantageous situation here for Chelsea developing. Gundogan. Could play it in. And saved by the keeper. Pivotal moment defensively. And so the first... Well, away they go again, and it was an eye-catching display by Chelsea in the first half of this match. Madueke. Gusto. Caicedo. Enzo Fernandez. Noni Madueke. Moises Caicedo. Perfect challenge. Madueke. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Gundogan. An important interception. Theme emerging of wasted possession. And showing fine vision. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Attacking possibilities for Chelsea. And full marks for the precision there. Continues his run. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Palmer. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. All hands on deck. Oh, how about that for the last line of defence? And with that, the attack fizzles out. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. And there to intercept. What can Chelsea do from this position? It's still alive. No threat about it. Jackson. And a big moment because the referee has pointed to the spot. Penalty coming up. An opportunity for 3-0. Oh, he's guessed correctly and saved it. In a decent position now.
Well, I have to say, Chelsea have been a joy to watch today. Just look at those stats. They've been in complete control of this game.
Yes, they're having a field day in attack, and here they come again. And Chelsea regaining possession. Good tackle taken away. Holland. Just cutting off the supply. Gusto. This looks more than decent. And thumped away. Now options are plenty. Mateo Kovacic. Oh, fancy footwork. Holland! A goal! And it's very much game on here. Well, the action underway again. Can City go hunting for an equaliser now? Well, nothing like annoying your opponents when you have such an effective passing game. Palmer with it. 10 minutes to go then. Canova. Pedro Neto. Enzo Fernandez. Noni Madueke. Fernandez. Given away by Chelsea. We might very well have late excitement here. 5 minutes to go and just one goal between them. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Chelsea will get the throw in. Enzo Fernandez. Now Chelsea in a position of menace. Possibilities inside the box. The inside route looking promising and able to close down the shot.
Well, what a brilliant atmosphere we've got here. These City fans deserve an equaliser, that's for sure.
Chasing this game, Manchester City, with time running out. Hold on! Tenacious tackling, excellent defending there. And so the referee blows for full time, and it's disappointing. You can almost feel the atmosphere building to a crescendo. Real electricity here in the air at the Etihad. It's Manchester City against Arsenal. live on EA TV. And a warm welcome. Our venue today is the Etihad Stadium here in Manchester. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary. And my expert analyst, as always on these occasions, is Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Manchester City versus Arsenal.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson gets the nod in goal. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Oh, he's through here. Gabriel Martinelli. Arsenal finding space on the wing. And a look at the starting lineup for Arsenal. Martin Ødegaard plays with Thomas Partey in central midfield. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. He takes aim, and the keeper's hand does the trick. Went in strongly, decisively. Doku. De Bruyne. Absolutely spot on with that challenge. Timber. Decent position. The importance of that tackle cannot be overstated.
Well, you can tell what the fans think of that decision. They're certain it should have been a penalty.
Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Happy to take on the shot. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Now sending it in. And cleared away, but at the expense of a corner. And the problem not completely solved. And a time for calm on the ball. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. Kivior. Arsenal have given it away. Running with the ball confidently. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Spot on with that tackle. Nice weight on the pass. And now waiting to pounce. Oh, magnificent reaction. Moving the ball nicely, but can they forge ahead? Pulls it back. Brilliantly blocked. Thomas Partey. Trossard. Arsenal's free kick here. And goes for goal! Decent technique, but the goalkeeper did his job. And Arsenal have won the corner as they try to take the lead. Who can he pick out? Mateo Kovacic. City finding space on the flank. Opportunity. Plays it back. Magnificent gave it real leather, but miles off target. A City corner it is. Oh, that's not a good clearance. De Bruyne. And return to Kovacic. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Gabriel Martinelli. Martinelli. The jump in front. Squanders the chance for 1-0.
Well, that's a big miss. They should be leading now.
And danger averted. Well read. Declan Rice. TV1. It's with Ødegaard. Saka. And here's Martinelli. Genuine chance. And pushed away to safety. And City being afforded too much room. Oh, managing to beat him. What a genuine opportunity, but it was squandered. Goal kick. Good visualisation and execution. High quality defending. Trossard. Martinelli. Mamouche. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Jeremy Doku. Just the challenge that was required. A chance for him to get in behind, maybe. Half-time, that will do it for the first half. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Timber. And here's Saliba. Declan Rice. Well, he's bound to be disappointed with himself. Not a great effort, Stuart.
Well, the less said about that, the better. Not a good decision from him.
Jakub Kiwior. It's with Ødegaard. And promising stuff from Arsenal. Can he make it count? Well, without wanting to put too fine a point on it, that goes down as a tame effort and easy for the keeper. Attacking possibilities on the flank for City here. It might be. And the keeper more than equal to it. Put in by De Bruyne. Well, when they go in, it looks spectacular. When they don't go in, you know the rest.
Yeah, it's a difficult bit of skill, and on this occasion, he got it all wrong.
Determined defending. Trossard. And there it is! The opening goal! 1-0, and they'll feel they deserve it. Gundogan. And it's Ruben Dias. Mamouche. De Bruyne. Here's Kovacic. Mateus Nunes. De Bruyne. Gundogan. De Bruyne now. Mateo Kovacic. Mamouche. Arsenal have possession again. Declan Rice. Trossard. Saka. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Opportunity it is. The back want to see a shot. It's going to be. And that's what they needed, Manchester City. A goal to level matters here. Excellent use of advantage from the referee in City's favour. Thomas Partey. Twice with it. Martin Odegaard. William Saliba. Arsenal have given it away. Well, the goalkeeper dealt with it admirably. Trossard. Regained possession. City know that wide area is really opening up. But they dealt with the threat posed. Could be a chance to break here. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Martin Odegaard. Saka. Marmoush. Well, he's given us away. Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. And Arsenal now find themselves in potentially a dangerous position. Oh, could be! What a block! Odegaard. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Well, both sides encountering difficulties keeping possession. Saka. Now, maybe room here for the counter-attack. And it's spotted there from Manchester City. Is it in the cards for them to score a late winner? But they took care of the situation defensively. Oh, what's he gone and done? They could pick out a teammate. Can they forge ahead? Yes is the answer. And that could be oh so important. Ruben Dias. Mateo Kovacic. Gvardiol. Dias. Here's Kovacic. Ruben Dias. Mateo Kovacic.
Well, this game is far from over. They'll probably get one more big chance before the end. The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to that noise.
Time running out, they've got to ask questions. No trouble at all as far as the keeper was concerned. It does appear to be opening up on the flank for Arsenal here. That's a go, and nicely parried away. And there's the final whistle. What an intriguing prospect. A game of high profile featuring two magnificent sides, fully prepared for this massive occasion and fully prepared to make this their big showcase. It's Manchester City. They take on Newcastle United live on EA TV. Hello and welcome. Absolutely ideal weather for football here in Manchester at the Etihad. I'm Derek Ray and my commentary partner as always is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It is Manchester City up against Newcastle United.
Well, thanks, Derek. The best coach I played under would always tell us before kick-off, earn the right to play. If you can win your individual battles, outrun your opponent, eventually you'll get the space to show your ability. I'm sure that's being echoed by the coaches here today.
And here's the Manchester City lineup. Ederson gets the nod in goal. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Oh, it's off the post! And forcing the mistake. This looks more than decent. Well, couldn't quite hit the target. Close though.
Well, had it been on target, I think the goalkeeper had that one covered.
Mateo Kovacic. City could be onto something. What a genuine opportunity, but it was squandered. Goal kick. Joelinton. Now with Barnes. Well, he's been forced out of play this time. Well, good run and good ball control. Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart? Isak! Well, the challenge was clean, but oh, big opportunity! Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. Can someone get on the end of this? Half-hearted clearance. Oh, nothing untoward happened. Jérémy Doku. Marmoush. Very quick thinking there. Isak. Decisive pass. And a decent save. Full credit. Delivering it. Well, a chance for them again to play it over from the corner flag. Not away completely. Could be a chance to break here. And he's broken free. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. Oh, good save. Kevin De Bruyne couldn't keep the ball. And they nudge in front. And a goal it is. But in all honesty, the keeper should have done much, much better. They've regained possession. Jérémy Doku. Mateus Nunes. Here's Kovacic. Nunes. Kevin De Bruyne. Mateo Kovacic. City move it forward with purpose. Realising that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. Oh, moving it nicely. De Bruyne. And clears the danger. Corner, and can City use the set piece judiciously? Real chance. Well, he failed to get it away properly. Oh, keeper dealt with it. Villamarin went in strongly, decisively. Now can they counter clinically? And it's with Isak. De Bruyne. Flag raised for offside. Isak. Jacob Murphy. Nicely timed tackle. A City free kick forthcoming. And the referee blows the whistle. It is a free kick. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And just losing control of the ball, and it will be a throw-in. Jacob Murphy. De Bruyne now. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. Could be, and it's gone in. Just what was needed for Manchester City, who now have squared it. Burn. Well, you've got to savour such moments. Joelinton. Possession lost by Newcastle. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. Pretty simple for the keeper. And that is good. So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Ruben Dias. Gundogan. And it's Ruben Dias. Really clever pressing. Mamouche. Oh, he's given us away. Jacob Murphy. And the Magpies moving the ball forward with purpose. But timely defending when it mattered. And offside, I rather think he was caught in two minds.
Well, he just needed to go elsewhere with his pass. He showed a complete lack of awareness there.
Gundogan. On to De Bruyne. Well, it didn't happen for them in attack. Bruno Guimaraes. And Newcastle showing good wit. Well, it came to nothing in the end. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, that's exactly what his team needed, because they weren't at their best in the first half. And once again, it shows what a key player he is. Can they build on that in the second 45?
And the keeper didn't have too much time. Isak. City have the ball again. Has eyes for goal. And fine goalkeeping. Well, Manchester City unable to retain possession. Could be dangerous. And opting for power over placement, but not the desired result. Couldn't find a teammate. Throw in here. Well, a failure to keep the ball by Newcastle. De Bruyne has support. And he put it away. And a goal to delight the fans. Just what they were hoping for. Joelinton. Trippier. And goes for goal! Well, it wasn't quite the quality of shot that we were all anticipating. Our keeper getting both gloves on the ball. Guimarães. Jacob Murphy. Bruno Guimarães. Trippier now. This could be troublesome. Well, what a stop that was. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. Oh, could be. Will it happen this time? Oh, that's a magnificent volley. What a thumper. And far from simple to put it away. Yet dispatched, seemingly with ease. If ever there were a reason to get emotional about a goal, you've just been exposed to it. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. A City free kick forthcoming. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
And it's with Isaac. A goal! As they cut into their advantage. Still plenty of life in this match. Dias. Well, they're a bit like a passing machine, and you can understand why they want to play it that way, in front as they are. Gundogan. Gvardiol. Top-class defending. Ruben Dias. Well, it's ideal game management when you can pass the ball in this fashion. City could be onto something. Oh, great attacking play. De Bruyne. This could finish it. The keeper was never likely to be in trouble then. Isaac. Well, there's still scope for late drama here. 5 minutes left and just one goal between them. Oh, late drama here! All level again! Incredible scenes! Gundogan. And it's Ruben Dias. Gvardiol. On the ball, Ruben Dias. Gundogan. Gvardiol. Here's Kovacic. Dias. Kevin De Bruyne. Marmoush. Incisive pass. And running it back. They cannot be separated. highly charged atmosphere here at Stamford Bridge, and you can understand why. Chelsea might fancy the chances, but their opponents are the formidable Manchester City. Stay with us on EA TV. Hello, it's a real pleasure to be with you from West London, from Stamford Bridge. I'm Derek Ray, and adjacent to me in the commentary box is Stuart Robson. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It's Chelsea facing Manchester City.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
And the game begins. And here's how it looks for Chelsea.
Well, on paper, it's down as a 4-5-1. But for me, it's more likely to be a split midfield, with 3 supporting the front man and 2 sitting that little bit deeper as defensive cover.
And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson between the posts. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. And tidy defensive play. De Bruyne. Committed challenge. Great when you can rely on your keeper. Doku. But he could be onto something. Has eyes for goal. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. And De Bruyne firing it over. And I think the threat has been averted. Doku. Able to get a body in the way. Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, he's a good technical player. He can see it.
Real chance! Everson in goal made it look easy. In a decent position now. How can he take them on and beat them? But really sticking to their task defensively. And Chelsea have given it away. Moises Caicedo. City pushing forward with options available. Textbook defending inside the box. Jackson. A very effective challenge put in. Here's Kovacic. Ruben Dias. Gundogan. Nunes. Nice switch of play. Good tackle taken away. Dias. Nunes. O'Reilly. Marmoush. Gvardiol. Good looking move. This could be the equaliser. And oh, what an important save. How about that?
Well, at least he hit the target, but he should really beat the keeper from there. They should be level now.
City could be onto something. A chance to whip it in. It's there for him. Oh, my word. There's excellent timing for you. What a challenge. Now a potentially dangerous position for City. Out of play for what will be a Chelsea throw. Madueke. De Bruyne. It looks promising. De Bruyne. Now Gundogan. Gundogan! And that's what they needed, Manchester City. A goal to level matters here. Gusto. Moises Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Chalobah. Noni Madueke. Cucurella. Malo Gusto. Well, taken away. He won the ball. And the first 45. So the beginning of the second half here in West London. Omar Marmoush. Gvardiol. Nunes. And it's Ruben Dias. Well, Manchester City unable to retain possession. And nicely struck. Well, very effective goalkeeping to touch it over. What an absolute waste of a corner.
Well, you can't argue with those stats, can you? Had good chances at both ends. The game is being played with great intensity, and it's been a pleasure to watch.
Just the challenge that was required. And options in the centre. And nicely parried away. Trusting like that will help the cause. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Well, that's how to outwit your opponent. And quick thinking defensively. Palmer. This might be ideal for the counter. Can they forge ahead? A tremendous block. Pressure applied. Can they make something of it? So Stuart Ilkay Gundogan has caught the eye. Sum up what he's produced up to this point.
Well, it was a vital goal and at a crucial time, you have to say. Certainly changes the complexion of the game now, but it's whether they can take the momentum into the second half, as they've struggled at times today.
Enzo Fernandez. And we're into the final half hour. And Chelsea get the decision from the referee. Possibilities inside the box. Oh, he looks threatening. Strong glove on the ball from the keeper. City unable to retain possession. Palmer with it. He's in with a chance. Gundogan. De Bruyne. Nunes. Jeremy Doku. Gvardiol. Omar Marmoush. Really showing off his wide range of passing skills. Given away by Chelsea. "20 minutes to go in this one. Nicely timed tackle. He's got space. Now, who can he pick out? It's a perfect challenge. Palmer. Now the counter-attack looks on. They need to get bodies back. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. Mateo Kovacic. It is advantage Manchester City here. De Bruyne. Now Gundogan. Opportunity to level it. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Delightful pass. Big chance it is. Well, opportunity to extend their advantage squandered.
Well, what a chance that is. He should have scored there.
Plenty of room in the wide area. Moises Caicedo. Gusto. And Chelsea could be onto something. Sound piece of goalkeeping.
Well, these Chelsea fans are making so much noise here. The atmosphere is incredible. Surely this must be inspiring those players to hang on.
Time is against Manchester City, but still they could hit back. But the danger averted for now. Palmer. Well, Chelsea being afforded too much space here. Just the challenge that was required. He cuts it back. And no problems at all for the keeper. Madueke. Enzo Fernandez. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. Looks as though he's alone in the centre. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. And there's the final whistle. Undeniably, it is a fixture that always carries an edge. We're talking about two colossal clubs and they're about to collide. Complete live coverage coming up from the Emirates. It's Arsenal against Manchester City. And good evening to you from this beautifully appointed stadium, the home of Arsenal here in North London. I'm Derek Ray, and adjacent to me in the commentary box is Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It's Arsenal facing Manchester City.
Well, thanks, Derek. The best coach I played under would always tell us before kick-off, earn the right to play. If you can win your individual battles, outrun your opponent, eventually you'll get the space to show your ability. I'm sure that's being echoed by the coaches here today.
And this is the Arsenal starting 11. Martin Ødegaard plays with Thomas Partey in central midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson is the goalkeeper. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And taking it away. Plenty of support here. Trying to pick out a teammate. They must clear their lines quickly. Nice switch of play. And possibilities here. Determined defending. Martinelli. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Now, what can they produce on the flank? The inside route looks promising. Not out of the woods yet. And it's there for him. Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. He'll have a go here. Well, it could have been a better effort, and I think we were all expecting it would be. Trossard. And credit due, a good intervention. Marmoush. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. And options in the centre. Well, not the end result he had in mind.
Well, we know he can hit them from that sort of range, but that was a poor effort in the end.
De Bruyne threading it through. Making sure nothing untoward happened. Superb tackle. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Can he finish this? And that's a very good parry. Martinelli. A very good tackle. Wonderfully weighted pass. Showing ambition. Decent effort there.
Well, he has such good technique. He really did hit that well. He certainly came close there.
Well, good run and good ball control. Can he put them in front? Well, it was a wonderful chance, but the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
Urian Timber. Bukayo Saka. Trying to open up the defence. Well, only just wide of the post. Marmoush. Really good build-up, but no end product. Difficult to stop him. But they took care of the situation defensively. Doku. Beautifully weighted ball. And a good take under duress there. Now take it away. Yuri and Timber. Partey. Jeremy Doku. City move it forward with purpose. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. That's a good-looking ball. And showing the importance of width. Are they going to forge ahead? And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. Declan Rice. Martinelli. He has time to play it over. Well, not quite precise enough when all was said and done. And we will have just one additional minute. Got to be! Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. Well, that's going to be all. So the match has restarted here in Manchester. William Saliba. Timber. Arsenal have given it away. Well, it takes confidence to try your luck from that sort of distance.
Well, I have to say, that was a really good effort. He struck it so cleanly.
Jakub Kiwior. Declan Rice. It's with Ødegaard. Oh, good-looking run. He'll try his luck here. Well, very effective goalkeeping to touch it over. Kevin De Bruyne with the corner. Well, when you attempt a bicycle kick, you've got to get it spot on, Stuart.
Well, he just makes the wrong contact, doesn't he? The intent was right, but the end product is way off target. Well, Arsenal are showing a completely different approach to this game here. Rather than going from back to front with few passes, they're now looking to play through the opposition with short combinations and dominate possession.
Failure to keep it there from Gundogan. Oh, good vision. And nothing comes of that attack. He was eager to have a go, but it didn't work out for him. The ball back with Arsenal now. Jeremy Doku. A move of promise on the flank. Oh, managing to beat him. Angles it back. And into the last 30 minutes now. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. To open them up. And a touch of finesse. And a lone reaction to tip it over. Over it comes. Struggling to get it away. Counter-attacking chance. And fine tackle. Bukayo Saka. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. It is a decent-looking attack here. And a cutback. Vigorous defending. Unable to get a body in the way. Martin Ødegaard. Counter-attacking, very much an option. And finally, up a cul-de-sac. Arsenal's free kick here. Well, that's not how they rehearsed it on the training ground.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what was going through his mind there. That was a poor decision to shoot from that distance.
Over the touchline for what will be an Arsenal throw. To be won. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. A cutback. Superbly read and executed. And a throw in for Arsenal. Now he must favour the cross. It looked as though they had attacking momentum, but not so. Well, both sides encountering difficulties keeping possession. Can he find the right pass? He'll have a go here. Oh, they've done it! They forged ahead, and it might be the goal that gives them victory. Gundogan. Doku. It's with Gundogan. Nunes. Mateo Kovacic. Gundogan. De Bruyne now. It's with Gundogan. 5 minutes remaining, and one thing is certain, no one is leaving because it's still close. Saka. Superb effort to keep it in. Manchester City have work to do, but is it going to happen for them? And smuggled behind for the corner. Who can they pick out? Under pressure to get it away. And snuffed out the danger immediately. So 2 minutes of stoppage time here. Bukayo Saka. Giving it a real go in the wide area. Well, that's a sign of a well-organised defence. And so that is that. Kick-off is nearing, and there is increasing excitement inside the stadium. Who has the ingredients necessary for victory? What will be the other storylines out there on the pitch? We're on the cusp of finding out. The action is live. Hello and welcome to the northeast of England. We're here at St James's Park. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It's Newcastle United facing Manchester City.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
And here's the Newcastle formation. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Bruno Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. Happy to take on the shot. Stopped a certain goal. And here's the Manchester City lineup. Ederson begins in goal. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic starts alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack.
Well, good start to this game by Newcastle. So close to getting the opener there.
Yes, end-to-end stuff, but now they're forced to track back. Well, they have the ball once more. O'Reilly. De Bruyne now. And Manchester City moving the ball with purpose. Showing ambition to shoot from there. Goalkeeper has it. Well, when all was said and done, Stuart, he wasn't a million miles away.
No, he wasn't, because he generates so much power from that sort of distance. His technique is brilliant.
Bruno Guimaraes. Can't miss, surely. Well, in some style, Ederson prevents a goal. And there's the delivery. Well, he failed to get it away properly. Missing the target by a tiny margin.
Well, it's a difficult skill to get right, but he almost pulled it off there. He made such good contact with the ball.
Superb effort to keep it in. Newcastle come away with it. Chance to cross. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. Defending really well. Throw in then for Newcastle. Joelinton. Keeper made it look routine. It was anything but. Omar Marmoush. And timed his challenge magnificently. Harvey Barnes. Oh, genuine chance. There it is! The first goal of the game. And the lead certainly doesn't flatter them. Good value for it. Ruben Dias. With Gundogan. Mateo Kovacic. Gvardiol. On the ball, Ruben Dias. Gundogan. Here's Kovacic. Gvardiol. And City recovering possession well. Harvey Barnes. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Now breaking at pace. Potential danger. He'll have a go here. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. Kevin De Bruyne with the corner. And a simple clearance, a good one. Well, he seemed to catch it on the wrong part of his head. De Bruyne. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Well, half-time coming up shortly. It's Newcastle on top. And Stuart, as always, very keen to get your thoughts as regards their performance.
Well, they've worked hard and played well to be in front here, but they now need to keep their focus as we approach half-time.
What was the chance they could get caught out on the break here? Simple save, really. Bruno Guimaraes. Can they take advantage? Determined defending.
Well, as you can see, City have dominated possession in the last 15 minutes.
Oh, magnificent from the keeper. Fantastic stop. That's the clearance that was needed. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Well, the first half. So back in business, the second half underway, and City trying to plot a route back into this one. O'Reilly. De Bruyne now. Well, the ball back with City here. Mateus Nunes. Marmoush. It's with Gundogan. It's Dan Burn. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Well, possession keeps on changing hands. That's problematic. Can he take the chance? Begging to be put away. And there it is, a goal. I must say, much to the annoyance of the keeper. Gundogan. Gvardiol. It's with Gundogan. De Bruyne. Jeremy Doku. Gvardiol. De Bruyne. Gundogan. Given away by City. O'Reilly. And support available. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. Fancies it! And he'll take efforts like that all day long. Promising move this from Newcastle. Defended it well. An effective challenge. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Crossing opportunity. Well, acres of space out wide for Newcastle. Pulls it back, and the keeper there to deal with it. So the corner played into the box, and they failed to get it away properly. Joelinton. And an astute piece of defending. Isaac. Wonderful chance. Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Isaac. Isaac. Has a go. Another goal! And surely there's no way they can throw this away. Absolutely dominant. Minutes to go. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Marmoush. Manchester City have lost the ball. Well, you've got to savour such moments. What to like about that pass? A City free kick forthcoming. Well, he's certainly not alone. Kevin De Bruyne. He's beaten his man. Well, they kept their shape defensively. Job done for now. Barnes. And the referee felt he had to blow the whistle. Wonderful goalkeeping. They're using the space really well, you've got to say. Well, he's bound to be disappointed with himself. Not a great effort, Stuart.
Well, the less said about that, the better. Not a good decision from him.
10 minutes left for play. Possession from City. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Room to roam for City on the wing. De Bruyne. It's a perfect challenge. Isaac. Chance for Isaac. And the ball is loose. Really good block. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. And saved by the keeper. Well, such a high degree of difficulty, not quite in the end.
Well, how good was that? It's such a difficult piece of skill, which he made look so easy. That deserved a goal.
So 2 minutes of stoppage time to be added on. Could be in here. Oh, and it goes! Now he has his hat-trick. A special moment for him. Doku. Well, a really good run. And so there we have it, the fight. A high-tension occasion. Two teams ready to go at it, knowing that interest levels are off the charts, with the focus on the drama and the outcome. Who will come out on top? Live coverage right here on EA TV. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and my partner, ready to bring you all the analysis and technical talk, is Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start with justifiable cause. It's Porto up against Real Betis.
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
And a look at the starting lineup for Porto.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1 with three at the back, two central midfield players and two wing-backs. But the two behind the centre forward will be key today. They need to play well, that's for sure.
And here's the starting 11 for Real Betis.
Well, the way they're set up, it's vital that they don't let the opposition switch the play. They must lock them down one side of the pitch, but they should have an advantage in midfield.
Well, that's a foul, and it sets up a free kick in a dangerous position. Well, that is how to strike a free kick, and that's how to make a save. And behind it's gone for a corner. Danger averted for now. Splendid tackle, and a throw-in coming up. Decent position. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Oh, good vision. Tremendously strong in the tackle. Marc Roca. Oh, did well to skip through. Has eyes for goal. And a goal! That is a very bright start. Perfect way to open. Marcano. Vieira. Marcano now. Mario. Marcano. Steven Eustachio. Really good challenge. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Now what can they do from here? Firing it towards goal. And a goal! The equaliser! Superb entertainment. Marc Roca. Yusuf Sabali with it. Marc Roca. Romain Perrault. On the ball, Marc Roca. Perrault on the ball. Marc Roca. Now can they make something happen? Might work out. They really tried to blast that one past the keeper, but his radar was a bit off. Francisco Moura. And out of play for what will be a Betis throw. Room to manoeuvre on the wing. Wonderful challenge, and a throw-in coming up. Oh, he's given the ball away. Llorente. Takes it on. Magnificent defending. Can they forge ahead from this corner kick? Let's see. Can he put it away? Well, that's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Anthony. He's managed to get in behind. Well, it wasn't a taxing save. Determined defending. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Well, nothing to split the two sides, but this move looks promising. Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. Brilliant piece of skill. Well, both sides guilty of giving the ball away. Space here on the flank. Pulls it back. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. In a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. Takes aim. Oh, yes! A goal! Exactly what they were looking for, and he's come up with it. Sabali. On the ball, Marc Roca. Llorente. Romain Perrault. It's with Diego Llorente. Chances on. Oh, that is a super save.
Well, he had to finish that, but...
Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. And Varela with it. And take it away. Steven Estadio. And he's given us away. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Real chance. And he's done it. Penalty again. A magnificent game unfolding. Varela with it. Mario. Eustachio. Marcano now. João Mario. Marcano. Mario. Marcano now. Betis with the ball again. Anthony. Well, Betis a bit sloppy in possession. Oh, superb skill. Might be able to set up the chance. Well, it takes confidence to try your luck from that sort of distance.
Well, I have to say, that was a really good effort. He struck it so cleanly. Well, the stats back up what we've seen so far. Some good attacking football, chances for both teams, and plenty to enjoy. Let's hope for more of the same.
Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? Well, spot on with that challenge. Juan Camilo Hernandez. And he's through here. And a goal it is to put them in front again. No less than they deserve. Varela. Estadio. Marcano now. Steven Estadio. João Mario. Marcano now. Vieira. Moura. Marcano. Francisco Moura. Great vision to switch the play. Vieira. Strong but fair tackle. Electing to shoot. And a goal to square the game. Into the seat stuff. Sabali. Marc Roca. Yusuf Sabali with it. On the ball, Marc Roca. And into the last 15 minutes of action. Marc Roca. Yusuf Sabali with it. They've given it away. Good work from Porto to win it back. All even, but will it stay that way? And he stopped them in their tracks. And the referee allowing the play to flow. Well, the referee trying to play advantage there, but it wasn't forthcoming.
Well, time is running out to get this winner, but the fans certainly believe it's coming. Just listen to the noise. What a fantastic finish we could have here.
Oh, he'll take it on and fire against the crossbar. Can he put them in front? He does! And with so little time left, that might be the winner. Wonderful drama. Anthony. Contra has it. Marc Roca. It's with Diego Llorente. Yusuf Sabali with it. Marc Roca. It's with Diego Llorente. Betis losing possession. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Fabio Vieira. And they're still in with a shout. But the referee blows for full time. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as always, is Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. It's Porto, and they face Panathinaikos.
Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
This is how the visitors will set up today.
Well, it looks like a 3-4-2-1, but key to this formation will be the two wing-backs. They've got a lot of ground to cover, both in attack and defensively.
Unahi. And the referee blows the whistle. It is a free kick. Well, there's a textbook example of how to press the ball. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. And threading it through. And a goal! They start as they mean to continue. They make the opening statement. Steven Estadio. Vieira. Wasteful from Porto. And as a play it goes, throw-in coming up here. Well, just a bit too much on the pass, and it'll be a goalkeeper's ball. And he takes it away. Could be threatening. Able to close down the shot. Nemanja Maksimovic. Oh, good vision. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. A long way from the perfect pass. And support available. Now the ball goes out of play for what will be a goal kick. And possibilities inside the box. Intercepting it intelligently. Moving into the advanced position. And a throw in for Porto. Good looking move. It did look on for them, but not to be. He's foiled them on his own. Oh, he'll take it on. Well, an attempt almost from a different postcode and not very far away.
Well, from that sort of range, that's a very decent effort.
And he did well to cut it out. Real chance. A strong hand on the ball. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Plenty of support here. Timely intervention. Plenty of room in the wide area. He'll have a go here. Well, in actual fact, it ended up being a simple claim for the keeper. Regained possession. Can they trouble the opposition this time? Well, it was a promising avenue of attack, but the momentum has been halted. You wouldn't be surprised to see the card handed out. Well, you have to conclude, Stuart, an opportunity wasted.
Yeah, and the other players are furious with it, and rightly so. That's such a poor free kick.
This might have potential. Will it be? And a goal to square the game. Into the seat stuff. So back underway following the equaliser. Mladenovic. Maksimovic has it. Mladenovic. Oh, nice ball over the top to chase. Porto doing well to regain possession. And threading it through. Just needs to steady himself. And the keeper nowhere to be found. Not that he's complaining. Well, back underway as we reflect on the goal that's made it 2-1. And the keeper got there, and comfortably. And the managers will now deliver their half-time. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. And Varela with it. Estadio. Marcano now. Steven Estadio. Can he find the right pass? Quite possibly a yellow card as the flow was stopped. And eyes for goal! And a goal to seal the hat-trick! A masterclass in finishing, just can't stop him today! Azedine Unahi. Sverrir Ingi Ingesson. Schenkeveld. Well, they have the advantage. That's good refereeing. Careless in possession. Asking a lot of any player, quite honestly, to score from that position.
Well, I don't need to say too much about that, do I, Derek?
Nemanja Maksimovic. And the quality of pass needs to be a bit better. Nemanja Maksimovic. Will he finish? And you've got to credit that magnificent piece of defending. Making progress. Could reduce the deficit. Oh dear, That moment might come back to haunt them. A bad miss.
You sense that had to go in if they're to turn this around. They simply haven't been at the races today.
And in the right position to read it. Now, who can he play it to? And he's through here. Oh, it's in! We cannot declare this contest over. They still the lead. Estadio. Pepe. Fabio Vieira. They've lost it. And that was a very fine read. Mario. A real opening now. Oh, he's missed it.
Well, he'll be very disappointed with that. He should be scoring from there.
20 minutes to go in this one. And very deftly cut out. This looks more than decent. Oh, good save. Can he deliver it with accuracy? Oh, my goodness me! Well, don't try that at home without practice, practice, practice. Breathtaking goal. Mario. Steven Estadio. Well, we're inside the final 15 minutes. And Varela with it. And given away. And a play and a Porto throw-in coming up. And that's an important intervention. And offside by a very small margin. And still on the lookout for the goal that could be so important at this juncture. It should be! Oh, can you believe it? With so little time left, surely that will be the winner. Amazing scenes here. Mladenovic. Maksimovic has it. Henkeveld. Unahi. Well, still pushing forward. It's a matter of whether or not they can come up with an equaliser. Can they put it away? I think the threat has been averted.
Well, there was the chance for the equaliser, but you have to say, what a great save that was.
Well, as spectacular as the save was, it can't be just about... Oh, it's in! And that might be the goal that clinches it for them. No looking back now, surely. Nemanja Maksimovic. Ingerson. Henkeveld. Maksimovic has it. There is going to be stoppage time, but only the 1 minute. And they will be awarded a free kick for that. And there goes the final whistle. And the home fans are going to be happy about this outcome.
Well, Derek, they were better than their...
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Ray and I'm joined for expert analysis by Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. It's Porto up against Celtic.
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
And here's the starting 11 for Celtic.
Well, the way they're set up, it's vital that they don't let the opposition switch the play. They must lock them down one side of the pitch, but they should have an advantage in midfield.
Gives it a go. Oh, goodness me, he's at the post. And drawing it back. That's come off the keeper. Well, he's given it away. And giving them too much space on the flank. Oh, keeper dealt with it. Well, to really get at the opposition here. Full credit, wonderful stop. Well, you can probably see why we're focusing on this fellow as one to watch. Stuart, in particular, what do you expect to see from him?
Well, he's a good technical player. He can see a pass, he can beat the defender, and he's good in tight areas. He'll certainly be a joy to watch today.
Maeda. And passing it through. Just narrowly off target. Moura. Fabio Vieira. But he tried in vain to get himself back onside.
Well, he needs to show greater awareness there and hold on to the ball a fraction longer.
Oh, this is looking promising. Played into the centre. And there it is! The opening goal! 1-0, and they'll feel they deserve it. And Varela with it. Steven Estadio. Marcano now. Francisco Moura. João Mario. And in the right position to read it. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. And Celtic have it back now. Another great challenge, free kick here. Ida. Definitely look as though they want to make this move count. Well, it didn't go to plan in the end. Could cross it in here. And a confident clearance. Francisco Moura. Chance to attack using wit. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. And it stopped a promising attack in its tracks. And you wouldn't be surprised if there's a card coming out here. Oh, great technique and accuracy. accuracy, but the keeper able to turn it away. A stunning stop. And he's fired over the corner. Well, not away properly. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Good looking ball. There could be a chance now. Managed to get it out of there. Francisco Mora. Bodies forward and the break looks on. It's a weighted pass. Oh, that's fine defensive play. Oh, good vision. Vieira. Now look at this, they might be able to cash in here, but they took care of the situation defensively. Feeding it through. Francisco Mora. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. Wasteful from Celtic. And playing it through. And it's a goal! Level again! What a match this is turning out to be! Taylor. Here's McGregor. Alistair Johnston. And there is going to be stoppage time, but only the 1 minute. Daisen Maeda. And with that, the first half draws to... So they get the ball rolling in the second half. Even Steven here. So little to choose between the sides. Carter Vickers. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. It's with Carter Vickers. Johnston. Carter Vickers. Here's McGregor. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Showing ambition to shoot from there. Goalkeeper has it. Nicolas Kuhn. Able to skip past his man. Well, defending always has to be a team effort. Good piece of covering. Mario. And the ball back with Porto here. Really good build-up, but no end product. Adam Ida. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. That's a good-looking ball. Well, deemed to be offside by the merest of margins.
Well, it's very close to being the perfectly timed run, but whether it's an inch or a yard, he's still offside.
Teammates available. Well, unable to hold his run, and that's offside. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, that's exactly what his team needed, because they weren't their best in the first half, and once again it shows what a key player he is. Can they build on that in the second 45?
Now, let's see what they can do here. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. The pressure was high, and they could be in here. The cut back. Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. Ida. Oh, what a perfect ball now. How about this? Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but not a memorable passage of play. What was the chance they could get caught out on the break here? Nicely timed tackle. A good and fair challenge. Can they forge ahead? Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Opportunity still there. Oh, and a goal! Well, it looks easy when you can put them away like that. João Mario. Marcano now. Steven Eustachio. Marcano. Eustachio. Ball lost by Porto. Moving the ball forward with purpose. Well, decent effort, but not troubling the keeper too much. And Varela with it.
Well, the fans are driving their team on here, but can they respond with a goal? Time is running out.
Couldn't quite hang on. And the move breaks down.
Well, what a great save that was to keep them in this. May just be the impetus they need, as they certainly haven't been at their best today.
Well, in possession now and looking to create something of their own. Just cutting off the supply. Throw in here for Porto. Varela. A really committed challenge, and it's gone out for a throw-in. This could square the game. Good defending here. Big chance it is. And keeping it out. Danger averted for now.
Well, I'm not sure they deserve anything from this game, but there's still time to find that equaliser. And you have to say the crowd have been brilliant. They're still driving the team on.
Decisive pass. And they could do damage. Well, they've got to hope that won't come back to haunt them. A golden opportunity squandered.
Well, that should have sealed the victory. It's a real waste, I have to say.
And the ball back with Celtic now. Well, there's still scope for late drama here. 5 minutes left and just one goal between the sides. Oh, managing to beat him. This could be it. And it is! He's done it! Surely a case of game over. Varela. Steven Eustachio. João Mario. Eustachio. Mario. On the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And he's hit it with authority! Well, that wasn't a million miles away.
Well, they're getting closer, but they need to take one of these chances.
And there it is, the full-time. building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello and welcome, and as ever, green is the colour you simply can't miss here at the Estadio Benito, Villamarin. I'm Derek Ray, and adjacent to me in the commentary box is Stuart Robson. And everyone here on tenterhooks, you'd have to say with good reason. It's Real Betis facing Porto.
Well, it doesn't matter how good your players are or what formation they're playing in, you have to earn the right to play. And I'm sure that would have been reiterated by both managers in the dressing room. It promises to be a really good game here.
And here's the starting 11 for Real Betis.
Well, although it's down as a 4-5-1, it's more likely to be three players in behind the main centre forward. And those three are key to this team's creativity.
Pressure applied. Really good challenge. And a look at the starting lineup for Porto.
Well, in this 4-5-1 shape, it will be interesting to see how close the wide midfield players get to their main striker. Will they stay wide or play through the inside right and inside left positions? We'll have to wait to see how it develops.
That's a very good parry. An alert piece of defending.
Well, they've started the game really brightly here, and they've looked dangerous. But that was a top-class save from the keeper. Brilliant from him.
Porto have given us away. I must say, this looks promising. One coming. Oh, could be. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. Could be a chance. And pushed away to safety. Can they forge ahead? Well, they would have done had it not been for the keeper.
Well, they should be ahead now. Yes, it was a good save, Derek, but he should score from there.
Looking for someone to play it to. And did just enough defensively. Take some progress with the ball at his feet, but a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. And support available. Mario. Nice weight on the pass. Oh, he saved it well. Who can they pick out? Danger still on. To jump in front. The keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Well, this could really help the cause. Real chance. Has to be. Oh, yes! 1-0 it is. And it doesn't come as a huge surprise. Marcano. Mario. Marcano now. Steven Estadio. Mora. Marcano. Estadio. Vieira. Porto couldn't hang on to it. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Feeding it through. Gives it a go. And not quite accurate enough, Stuart.
Well, I think he should do better there, but at least they're now knocking at the door.
Determined defending. himself. Wonderful save there.
Well, what a good piece.
Well, wait a moment, Stuart. Look at what's happening. Ball is loose. Marvellous anticipation. And plenty of scope to be created in that wide position. Oh, big chance. Well, couldn't put it away. Couldn't square the game.
Well, that was a great opportunity. They should really be level now.
Betis unable to hang on to it. Varela. Vieira. What can they do from here? A fine reading of the situation. Well, inching towards half-time, and probably fair to say the fans were hoping for a little bit better than this. Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, they've played...
And he scored not once, but twice. They simply cannot stop him, and no wonder he's enjoying himself. Estadio. Marcano. João Mario. Moura. And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Oh, surely! And effectively parried away by the keeper. Well, there it is. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in the second half. Long way out this. Well, an attempt almost from a different postcode and not very far away.
Well, from that sort of range, that's a very decent effort. Well, Derek, this has been a really good performance, as you can see. They've created numerous chances, they're winning the game comfortably, and they could go on and score more. This could get really embarrassing.
Marc Roca. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Well, it could be on for him here. Tries to lift it. And there is the goal to make it a hat-trick. Excellence in finishing, there for all to see. Fabio Vieira. Marcano now. Francisco Moura. Vieira. Pepe. Marcano now. Wasteful from Betis. Fabio Vieira. Steven Eustachio. It's a neat move. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Counter-attacking, very much an option. Well, it broke down, alas. And he's broken free. And a touch of finesse. Well, the sheer audacity to chip it like that. And this is turning into something of a rout. 4-0. Marcano. 30 minutes left for play. Francisco Moura. Marcano. Fabio Vieira. Marcano now. Betis with the ball again. And very nicely positioned to win it back. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. A move of promise on the flank. Could be a chance to break here. Well, not to be in terms of the counter-attack. Well, a good tackle. Good-looking move. And that is how to block. Sabali. This looks promising out wide. Teammates in the middle. He can't hold on to it. Well, threat averted. It's opening up for them. Deserves credit for winning the ball back. Well, a joy to watch. A really good pass. Not too fussy in clearing his lines. Now what can they do from here? Well, that's a moment he'd like to airbrush from history. Not a good attempt.
Well, lots of power, but no control whatsoever. That's a real waste.
Well, plenty of scope for them to attack. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Romain Perrault. And that'll be a Betis throw-in. Well, showing really good width here. Fine cross into the middle. Smuggled away. Able to clear the danger. Corner kick though here. Not really the ideal clearance. And so near on the volley.
Well, he'll be frustrated with that finish. That was a big opportunity there.
Well, the seconds are ticking away and the home side in control. Stuart, what have you made of this?
Well, what can you say about this performance? They've been absolutely brilliant. They've played with such guile and creativity, and their passing has been so expansive. Not many teams would have stopped them today.
And the cross goes in. And in the end, no damage done. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. Oh, he's gone for goal. And that is the end of the contest. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been... Welcome, everyone, on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. My name's Derek Ray, and delighted to have alongside me, as usual on these occasions, Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. It's Panathinaikos facing Porto. And the shot was always rising. Goal kick. And introducing the visitors' lineup today.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 formation with a centre-forward and two wingers. So it's important that the midfield players give support to the striker whenever the ball goes wide. They can't allow him to be isolated.
Azzedine Ounahi. Well, they're moving it around with real purpose here. Vieira. Trying to open up the defence. Couldn't quite hang on. And unable to keep possession.
Well, they've started the game really brightly here, and they've looked dangerous. But that was a top-class save from the keeper. Brilliant from him.
Well, they can't exhale just yet. Here they come again. Foiling his opponent completely. Well, whatever it takes to keep it out. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Filip Juricic. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Promising position, this. And just over the bar, really good effort. Determined defending. Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
This could be troublesome. And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Mario. It has gone over the touchline for what will be a throw-in. And that move comes to an end. Goal kick. And he read it well. Oh, he'll take it on. An alert reaction to tip it over. And it's gone out of play. Goal kick coming up. Possession ceded by Porto. Now options are plenty. Nemanja Maksimovic. Plenty of room in the wide area. And that wasn't a million miles away. Almost the equaliser.
Well, it's not a bad effort, is it? But they've got to find a way back into this one.
Well, they couldn't keep it. Feeding it through. Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out any sign of danger. Nemanja Maksimovic. Long way out. Mario. Effective challenge. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Oh, a powerful effort. Close. Good-looking move. And defensive play to be applauded. Porto unable to hang on to it. An alert intervention. Ingerson. Opportunity to extend their advantage, squandered.
Well, what a chance that is. He should have scored there.
And they've given back possession easily. Oh, that's splendid play. This could square the game. Great defending here. Filip Juricic. Porto doing well to regain possession. Plenty of support here. Committed challenge. Now the stoppage time situation. 1 minute here. And so it is. So back underway here into the second half. Varela. Mario. Good looking ball. Nice switch of play. So a throw in here. Tete. Maksimovic has it. Sverrir Ingi Ingerson. Azadine Unahi. Well, you've got to say, comfortably off target, Stuart.
Yeah, that's a waste of good possession. His teammates are not happy with him, and they're letting him know.
An effective challenge. Can he find the right pass? He takes aim. Nicely saved. Can someone get on the end of this? An attack full of promise. And the goalkeeper expertly anticipated that through ball. Vieira. This looks promising. Takes the shot. And up for grabs off the keeper. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending.
Well, that was a great save. But the way they're playing at the moment, the equaliser can't be far away now.
Oh, good vision. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Francisco Moura. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Fabio Vieira. Still could put it away. Real defensive resilience. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, it's been a really good display for him so far, Derek. He scored the leading goal, he's been energetic, and his movement has caused lots of problems to this back line. Can he keep it going in the second half, though?
possession lost, intercepted. He's found a pocket of space. But quick thinking defensively. A chance maybe from the wide position. It's there for him. Well, as he hit that one, it looked as though it had a chance. And he read it well defensively. Ioannidis. Long way out. Well, the bar can be the goalkeeper's best friend. And support available. Well, it wasn't a high percentage chance to add to their advantage, but an opportunity nonetheless.
Well, that would have made it more comfortable, but it was a decent effort from there, I have to say.
And no way to sugarcoat that one, Stuart.
Well, sometimes it's worth having a shot from distance, but he never really set himself to hit that cleanly.
Wasteful from Porto. Could be threatening. Oh, good strike! Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
Fabio Vieira. Well, we can see what they're attempting, but it's just not coming off. Might be a chance to break. From a long way out, and they've wasted the chance when all is said and done. Oh dear.
Well, the finish didn't match the build-up play. That was a really good counter-attack.
Went in strongly to win the ball. Teammates available. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Late in the game here, and they know what they've got to do. And still trying to get the shot off. Options in the middle. Can they convert? And denied by the post. Well, we've entered the final 5 minutes.
Well, what a dramatic finish. How close was that? They should be able to...
Oh, wait a moment, Stuart. Look at what's happening. And a goal! They lead by 2 now. And that allows them to breathe a bit more easily. Moura. Fabio Vieira. Francisco Moura. Very quick thinking there. And quick thinking defensively. And that is the end of the contest. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. My name's Derek Ray, and delighted to have alongside me, as usual on these occasions, Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. It's Celtic facing Porto.
Well, we've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
And so the match is underway. And here's the starting 11 for Celtic.
Well, they're going to play with two wingers in this 4-3-3 formation, so they need to switch the ball quickly and get crosses into the box. But they also need to get at least two midfield players making runs into the penalty area. That's a must.
And a look at the starting lineup for Porto.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 with two out-and-out wingers, but they do vary their movement. They give width, but they also make diagonal runs infield when the ball's on the opposite flank. Their performances will be key today.
Now look at this, they might be able to cash in here. And let's give credit to the defending. Well, the thought process is there, but not the execution. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Now, can they be creative from here? Really good build-up, but no end product. And teammates around him. Promising pass. And they might forge ahead. An early goal. It is the ideal opening. Varela. Marcano. Steven Estadio. João Mario. Good work from Porto to win it back. Varela. Francisco Moura. Oh, that's splendid play. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Takes the shot. Might still be able to do a bit of damage. Well, nothing comes of it.
Well, still behind here, but only due to some incredible goalkeeping. Surely it's only a matter of time.
Oh, wait a minute, Stuart. Opportunity. Well, fantastic reflex action from the goalkeeper. And moving the ball forward with genuine purpose here. And he's done it! Parity again! A magnificent game unfolding. Callum McGregor. Hatate. Alistair Johnston. Here's McGregor. Carter Vickers. Johnston. Callum McGregor. Alistair Johnston. Here's McGregor. Ida. Won't work out. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Mario. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Oh, danger here. And he's made headway. And a goal! In the lead again. Fully deserved. Marcano. Steven Estadio. Vieira. Estadio. Marcano now. Steven Estadio. Marcano now. Fabio Vieira. So, getting close to the half-time interval, and it's going with home advantage, albeit not by a lot. Stuart, what have you made of what you've seen so far?
Well, it's been a lively first half, hasn't it?
Oh, wait a minute. They could well be in. Well, a forceful effort, but it goes down as a missed opportunity.
Well, he strikes it with power, but not with accuracy. I think that's a big miss.
And a strong tackle. Well, they're moving it around with real purpose here. Very quick thinking there. Real chance. And he's only gone and made it a hat-trick. Absolutely unplayable today. What a performance. Vieira. Marcano now. Steven Eustachio. Marcano. Steven Eustachio. Marcano now. And there it is. So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Steven Eustachio. Marcano now. Eustachio. Fabio Vieira. A very effective challenge put in. Now perhaps they can counter from here. Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. Can he put it away? Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Fabio Vieira. Putting his body on the line. He's driven in the corner. And he couldn't take advantage of the chance. Well, giving it a go in a bid to hold them back into this one.
Well, they're knocking at the door here, but they need to score soon.
And Celtic sloppy in possession. Francisco Moura. Well, there's defensive solidity for you. He knew he had to make the tackle, and did. Well, again, it breaks down for them. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. Has eyes for goal. Well, it didn't worry the keeper. Great effort to keep that one in play. Could reduce the deficit. Oh, he couldn't outwit the keeper. They've given it away. On the offensive. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Now counter-attacking possibilities. Oh, what an opportunity. Will he shoot? The fans hope so. That is tackling of the highest order. Very effective pass. Just the challenge that was required. And in with a real chance. And denied by the keeper. Impressive.
Well, had that gone in, surely that would have been game over. Credit to the keeper, though. That was a good save.
Well, on the back of that breathtaking piece of goalkeeping, can they keep the ball and create? Fabio Vieira. Under real pressure defensively. Will they pay the price? Pivotal moment defensively. And that's going to result in a goal kick. Daisen Maeda trying to open up the defence. And he finds the net. He could hardly miss. Well, if there were any lingering doubts about the outcome, surely they now have been removed. Great vision to switch the play. Joao Mario. And tremendous individual skill. Oh, nice ball over the top to chase. Missing the target by a tiny margin.
Well, it's a difficult skill to get right, but he almost pulled it off there. He made such good contact with the ball.
That's what you call defending from the front. Possibilities here. Spot on with that tackle. This might be ideal for the counter. Well, it looks so promising, but it all comes to nothing. Good idea. A goal! An exceptional performance this. 4 to the good now. Steven Eustachio. Can he find the right pass? Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Oh, and he didn't miss by very much.
Yeah, he adjusted his body so well there. It's a great piece of skill, and it probably deserved the goal.
And there it is.